tight. I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? 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 Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? 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 Feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. 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 I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Monday, July 12th, for the Aurora City Council is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor, this is City Clerk Rodriguez. Can you give me one moment to log into WebEx?
Oh, sure.
Okay, Mayor, I'm sorry. Mayor Kaufman,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, Councilmember Berzins, Councilmember Berzins, Councilmember Coombs,
Present.
Councilmember Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Gruber,
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Here.
Councilmember Lawson,
Here.
Councilmember Marcano,
Present.
Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
There's a quorum.
Announcement of public call-in line information.
Excuse me, Katie, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
The City Council welcomes feedback from residents at council meetings on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475, and when connected, press *3 to get in the queue to speak. Don't forget the star. You will hear a prompt confirming you are in line to speak to an operator, and then be able to continue listening to the meeting until the operator comes on to take down your name and the agenda matter you want to speak on. Residents who would like to speak for public invited to be heard or on a specific agenda item and have not already been screened, please press *3 to sign up before the item is called by the clerk. If you have already spoken to an operator, you do not need to press *3 again. Callers who do not sign up for public invited to be heard prior to it being called by the clerk may still press *3 to sign up to speak on non-agenda items at the end of the meeting. Depending on volume, it may take a while to be connected to the operator, so please be patient and stay on the line. As long as you heard the prompt after pressing *3 and can still hear the meeting in progress, you are in line to speak to an operator.
Buenas tardes. El Consejo Municipal invita a todos los residentes a dar su opinión en estas reuniones municipales, tanto en los asuntos que aparecen en la agenda como en la sección de invitación al público a ser escuchado. Por favor, llamar al 1-877-820-7831 y al conectarse marque la clave 254610 y el signo de numeral para tomar su lugar en fila para ser escuchado. La operadora tomará su nombre y el asunto del cual usted quiere comentar y lo pondrá en espera de su turno. Antes de ser llamado por la secretaria municipal, las personas que llamen necesitarán registrarse en la sección Invitación al público a ser escuchado o elegir comentar en un tema específico de la agenda. Dependiendo del volumen de llamadas, puede ser que tome tiempo conectarlo a una operadora, así que por favor tenga paciencia y manténgase conectado en la línea. Gracias.
I'd like to give a moment of silence for all those who have been lost during this pandemic to COVID and all those suffering from that illness. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to
to
the
the
flag
flag
of the
of the
United
United States of America
and to the
and to
republic
the republic
for
for
which is
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with
liberty.
liberty and justice for all.
Mayor Pro Tem, executive session update.
Thank you, Mayor. In executive session, we had a litigation update on campaign finance.
Public invited to be heard.
Mayor, I do not see anybody for public invited to be heard.
Adoption of the agenda. Need a motion?
Mayor, move to adopt the agenda.
So moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Burzins,
Councilmember Parsons to adopt the agenda. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to adopt the agenda?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber, Councilmember
Yes.
Gruber, okay. Councilmember Burzins,
yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Coombs,
Katie, I think I don't see her on here. I think her internet might have gone out.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
And Councilmember Mario.
Yes, and I see Councilmember Coombs on now.
Councilmember Coombs,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question because my internet was out.
this is the adoption of the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes to adopt the agenda.
I need a motion to adopt the consent calendar items 8A through 8C for approval of the consent calendar.
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Motion to approve 8A through 8C.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by
Coombs.
seconded by Councilmember Marcano to approve the consent calendar item 8A through 8C. Discussion. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the approval of the consent calendar?
Mayor
I'm
Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Mario,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
and Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
The motion passes for consent calendar. Mayor, we were having a little bit of trouble with the public call-in line, but it does seem like there were 3 people in the queue to speak for public invited to be heard on non-agenda related issues.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Tyler,
Kyra?
you're live. Hello? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to speak on a public issue that is not related to the agenda.
Go ahead.
All right. Am I addressing the city council?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Kaufman, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, and all the other council members, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Kyra Tatum, and I am addressing you this evening regarding the insensitivity of the Aurora Police Department in the terms of notifying you of the death of a loved one. On May 14th, 2021, my only child at age 22 was killed in a car accident. And at the time that I was expecting him to come back home from running his errands, Aurora PD showed up on my doorstep with the death notification. And not only were they insensitive in the way that they notified me of the death, but they had a blue door tag in their hand that if I had not been home, would have said in verbatim, please contact the Wyoming trooper. This is related to your son and the Albany County coroner. Now, what I want to know is where is the sensitivity in that BS? Because I live by myself. I'm not married. And my son is the only other person that lived with me. So if I had not been home that day and I would have came home and saw this door tag on my door, I want you to imagine the pain that I would have gone through, even more than being notified in person. And I made Aurora PD leave that door tag with me. And I will be happy to email it to every one of you council members, because that is a practice that needs to stop immediately. You talk about you want to notify people in person, and if somebody's not home, then you keep sending an officer out until they get somebody in person. You don't leave a damn door tag on their door. And I need somebody to say something so that I know I'm being heard.
You are being heard.
Tyler?
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I sympathize. I cannot even imagine her pain.
Thank you. Rob, if you could please email that to me, I'd appreciate it. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Hills.
Councilmember Hills.
Thanks. I just wanted to see if we could just put out there and maybe get for the full council, maybe Chief Wilson can just send out something about the process and what happened here, so that we're all on the same page, since it did come up here, so that we can address that, because that's pretty awful.
Absolutely. Okay.
Mary, it is your turn to speak. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Mary Sebastian. My husband and I live in Pier Point 2 subdivision. We're calling to voice our concern that the development of the East Bank Shopping Center, located at the northeast corner of Quincy and Parker, as proposed, will be unsafe for our current neighborhood residents. If allowed to progress as currently proposed, we would lose access to the stoplight in the mall, which is the safest method to leave our subdivisions. Please, I'm begging you, don't allow this project to progress without our neighbors, a total of 8 subdivisions, having safe access to a traffic signal before, during, and after any approved construction. Please, I implore you, remember that Quincy and Parker is one of the busiest intersections in all of the Denver area. We need the use of a traffic signal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Essence, it is your turn.
Hi, thank you guys I just really want to thank you guys for, offering this section of the council meeting. I think that it really helps our community in feeling heard and feeling served. So in June last month, the City Council approved a 90-day pilot program for a outdoor shelter for the homeless population. As an individual that, frequently works and volunteers with the homeless population, I was very excited to hear about this and the opportunities that it's going to bring in the future. So I was just wondering, how will the community be updated and communicated with about the program? And also, what are some tools of measurement that you guys are going to use to measure the success of the program?
I'm sure that it's going to be on aurora.gov, and I think myself and the members of council will be putting out information as well. And I don't think there's any established metrics at this time.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Councilmember Mario.
is there any way we could connect this constituent with our staff? Sounds like they might have some input on the process, and you know, we don't need to be a middleman connecting the people doing the work with a constituent who has a concern.
Well, I think it's our job.
What's our job?
Our job is to interface with constituents.
Well, and our constituent is interfacing with us, so I'd like to request that staff connect with this constituent about their concerns.
I'll connect with this constituent about their concerns. Thank you. Is there another caller?
Mayor?
And I will need the contact information.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coons.
Likewise, can we go ahead and have that sent out to the full council?
Sure.
So that we can proceed with that. Thank you.
There are no other callers, Mayor.
Okay. Will clerk please read the title of item number 9A?
Item 9A is Resolution 2021-68, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council's approval of the iLift station replacement artwork.
Brief presentation by staff.
This is Roberta Bloom, and just a brief reminder that this is replacing a work of art that was removed, actually at the request of the artist due to the failure of manufacture. The artist has returned with a proposal that is similar in theme, but is created out of vastly more durable materials.
Thank you.
There's little to no cost to the city. Well, I won't say no cost. We're providing some engineering review and some minor site work. But other than that, the artist is providing the artwork at his expense.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Moncano.
move to approve 9A.
Been moved by Councilmember Moncano, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Coons to approve item number 9A. Discussion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 9A?
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes, yes,
Councilmember Burzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-68.
Clerk, please read the title of item number 9B.
Item 9B is Resolution 2021-69, consideration to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, of the First Amendment to an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Aurora, Colorado, acting by and through its utility enterprise in the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, UBA Mile High Flood District, regarding the design and construction of drainage and flood control improvements for Westerly Creek, Easterly Creek at 11th Avenue in Havana.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 9B.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Burzins?
Councilmember Burzins to approve item number 9B. A very brief presentation by staff.
Council and Mayor, this is Shavin Urenda, and I'm the Planning Services Manager in the Water Department. And these works are really to improve any flood control improvements at roughly 11th Avenue and Havana Park. And this amendment actually increases the funding for the design and construction by $950,000 to be paid for by 50% each by both the city and the Mile High Flood District.
Discussion? Oh, did we do, okay, we did motion discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I just, so we're doing 50-50 split with the Mile High Flood District and the city. And so the 475,000 is coming out of the wastewater fund, correct?
Staff for response.
Pretty sure it is.
Oh, I responded, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 9B? I'm sorry, staying corrected. 9B.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-69.
The clerk now please read the title of item number 9C.
Item 9C is Resolution 2021-70, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council's support of the amended and restated environmental covenant between the City of Aurora, the City and County of Denver, and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment pertaining to Sections 4 and 9, Township 5 South, Range 65 West of the 6 p.m.
Brief presentation by staff.
Hello, this is Andrea Long with the Aurora Water Planning and Engineering, Senior Engineer. This amendment to the Environmental Covenant reduces restrictions on the parcels to allow for construction dewatering.
Motion.
Mayor, move to approve 9C.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by Councilmember Lawson. See, discussion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 9C?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-70.
Says for an announcement for the public call-in line. We stand in recess until 7 o'clock.
Residents who would like to speak on a resolution or ordinance and have not already been screened, please press star 3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475 to be connected and then press star 3. Council will take a short break to allow for any additional speakers to sign up. Again, please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. As long as you have heard the prompt after pressing star 3 and can still hear either music hold or the meeting in progress, you are in line to speak to an operator.
The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is now called back into order. Will clerk please read the title of item number 11A?
Item 11A is Resolution 2021-59, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving the first amended and restated service plan for the Velocity Metropolitan District Number 1 and authorizing the execution of an IGA between the City of Colorado and the district.
Brief description by staff.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to clarify one thing through our attorney's office. I believe we can open up one public hearing for all of the velocity items. Is that right, Brian or Dan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor. So the Velocity Metropolitan Districts are located generally northeast of Harvest Road and 56th Avenue. The districts are part of the Porteos Master Plan. The Porteos development is entirely commercial and industrial. No residential is proposed or currently part of this development. In 2019, Districts 4, 5, and 6 were amended to allow for an increase in the ARI mill levy and subsequently established the 64th Avenue Authority together with the other districts in the area. The Velocity districts are requesting an increase in the total debt issuance limitations from $100 million to $195 million. This is due to the increasing costs in anticipation of refinancing the district's outstanding bonds in the next 3 to 5 years to reduce long-term costs. The service plan amendments are limited to this change and do not otherwise amend the service plans. These plans, 9 in total, will be approved individually by resolution. And it's important to note that each of these districts were on older versions of the city's model, and these proposed amendments will also be restating to the current adopted model service plan. And I do have outside representation in case there are any detailed questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing is open. Is there a presentation by the applicant?
Mayor Chris Fellows, on behalf of the applicant, we have no presentation unless the city council would like us to make a longer explanation than Mr. Cox gave, and we're more than happy to answer any questions. And Alan Pogue, attorney for the districts, is with me also.
Are there any members of the public that wish to speak?
There's nobody in the call-in line for this item.
Are there questions from council?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I want to point out that there are hundreds of pages in our agenda package tonight on these 9 districts. But I think Jacob, you talked about the fact that we're increasing the debt limit from 100 million to 195 million, but that's for all of them in total, not each one in separate. Is that a true statement?
That is correct, right, Chris?
Alan, do you want to address that for us, please?
No, I will, Chris. Thank you. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, I can.
The issue that we have here is the way things are counted. I'll be brief as I can, Counselor. In 2019, districts 2, 3, and 9 jointly issued $76 million in debt, each of them with $100 million debt cap. The way the bond lawyers have to apply that is $76 million to each of the 3 districts, even though that is not the way it will be repaid. It's a tax issue for the districts. Same thing in 2020 with 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Another 38 million counted 5 times effectively on each district. The idea that we are pursuing here is to refund and recast all of the debt in one issue, combining it all probably in 2024, 2025. And in order to be able to do that, it's still then will be counted 9 times because each district will be pledging its share to the total, but it's not allocated specifically to each district. So it truly is an arithmetic matter related to the way the tax lawyers have to count the debt authorization when multiple districts combine to issue debt to fund infrastructure.
Okay. This this public hearing is for items number 11A through 11I. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, just a question on that in terms of because it sounded very complicated with all the different districts and how they allocated the debt. So if you were in a residential district, then as a taxpayer, you would only be responsible for your mill levy.
Yes. Yes.
That's correct.
Tim Bergen, let me take a little crack at a lay version of this. The first answer to your question is you are correct. You're only responsible for your mill levy, irrespective of the debt. That's number one. Number two, we don't have any residents in this case because we're all commercial. Number three, the example I would give is the way the tax lawyers get to work on this along with the bond lawyers is if we had 10 districts and each district had a $50 million debt authorization, a layperson like myself would say, well, we can build $500 million worth of improvements. But the answer is if each of the 10 districts agrees to share in that debt, which is what we did at Porteos and Velocity, we think that's a really healthy financial structure, then let's say we had a $45 million project and we did one bond issue for $45 million. That one $45 million bond issue would have eaten up almost 100% of the capacity because the tax and bond lawyers say each district could be held liable for the full 45 million. So that's basically the 50 million of each one would be gone. So it doesn't sound the way a layperson would normally expect it to go, but that's really what's going on here. And I hope, as you all know, Porteos has been a very successful project. Things are going very well. A lot of exciting projects are being built. Jobs are being created in the city. We've had a couple of very successful bond authorizations. We're in the process of constructing $100 million in public improvements. We need these increases, if council's so willing, please, so that we have the opportunity to do a consolidated refunding in 3 or 4 years there and end up with an even better financial package.
Thank you. I really appreciate that explanation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I guess the other question is just, have any of the potential tenants or existing tenants expressed any concern about the impact on their costs of the increase in taxes for the new tenants?
Councilmember Coombs, thank you for the question. Great question. The answer is no, they have not. And one of the reasons is this will have no effect on their taxes or their tax rate. Their mill levies are set, and the mill levy will not adjust based on the increased debt authorization. And in fact, the real hope is that if we do a refinancing in the future, that we can move towards reducing taxes as we go forward. Every buyer is fully aware of and has fully disclosed the fact that the districts exist, and they're aware of the mill levies. And I totally share your concern, by the way, council member, especially when we're dealing with homeowners who are not familiar with districts, who don't know what they are, who have been caught by surprise in Colorado, and I'm very sympathetic to that. In this case, the buyers are all commercial buyers with commercial companies and usually very, very sophisticated. Notwithstanding that, we go through a lot of disclosure, walk through it with them. Some of them are from out of town and aren't familiar with districts, but they're all well aware. And even with the requested increase in debt authorization this evening, it will have no effect of increasing a tax rate on any of the taxpayers within the districts.
Further questions? Seeing none, let me ask something of our city attorney in that I understand that I need to do these all separately, and I just want to confirm that we need to vote on them separately, or can I join them together?
Yes, Mayor, if you could.
Mayor, the public hearing for all of them combined was fine, but you should vote on each one separately.
Very well. Is there further discussion, further questions? Very well, then the public hearing is now closed. With the clerk now, please read the, so we've already read the title of number 11A. I need a motion on 11A.
Mayor, move to approve 11A.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Gardner.
Seconded by Councilmember Gardner to approve 11A. Discussion? Seeing none, the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11A.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve resolution 2021-59.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 11B.
Item 11B is resolution 2021-60, a resolution to approve the Velocity Number 2 Metropolitan District amended and restated service plan.
Motion.
Mayor, a motion to approve item 11B.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to approve item number 11B. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11B?
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve resolution 2021-60.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11C?
Item 11C is resolution 2021-61, a resolution to approve the Velocity Number 3 Metropolitan District amended and restated service plan.
Discussion? I'm sorry, motion? Motion.
Mayor, move to approve 11C.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve item number 11C. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11C?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve resolution 2021-61.
Clerk now please read the title to item number 11D.
Item 11D is resolution 2021-62, a resolution to approve the Velocity Number 4 Metropolitan District amended and restated service plan.
Motion?
Mayor
Councilmember Burzins.
Burzins, thank you. Move to approve 11D.
Moved by Councilmember Burzins, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to approve item number 11D. Discussion? Seeing none, the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11D.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve resolution number 2021-62.
Clerk now please read the title to item number 11E.
Item 11E is resolution 2021-63, a resolution to approve the Velocity Number 5 Metropolitan District amended and restated service plan.
Motion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve 11E.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen and seconded by Councilmember Coombs to approve item number 11E. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11E?
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-63.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11F?
11F is Resolution 2021-64, a resolution to approve the Velocity Number 6 Metropolitan District Amended and Restated Service Plan.
Motion.
Mayor, move to approve 11F.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, sorry. Seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 11F. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll? Is there discussion? I'm sorry. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll in the adoption of item number 11F?
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Barrio,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
and Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-64.
Clerk now please read the title to item number 11G.
Item 11G is Resolution 2021-65, a resolution to approve the Velocity Number 7 Metropolitan District Amended and Restated Service Plan.
Motion.
Mayor, motion to approve item 11G.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to approve item number 11G. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11G?
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
and Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-65.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 11H?
Item 11H is Resolution 2021-66, a resolution to approve the Velocity Number 8 Metropolitan District Amended and Restated Service Plan.
Motion.
Mayor, move to approve 11H.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hills to approve item number 11H. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll in the adoption of item number 11H?
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
and Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-66.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 11I?
Item 11I is Resolution 2021-67, a resolution to approve the Velocity Number 9 Metropolitan District Amended and Restated Service Plan.
A motion.
Mayor, move to approve 11I.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins to approve item number 11I. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 11I?
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve resolution 2021-67.
The time is now 7:20. City Council will stand in recess till 7:25 to give staff time to do an announcement for the public call-in line. We are now in recess.
Residents who would like to speak on an ordinance and have not already been screened, please press *3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475 to be connected and then press *3. Council will take a short 5-minute break to allow for any additional speakers to sign up. Again, please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. As long as you heard the prompt after pressing *3 and can still hear either music hold or the meeting in progress, you are in line to speak to an operator.
July 12th of the Aurora City Council is now back in session. Will the clerk please read the title to item number 12A?
Item 12A is ordinance 2021-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adding Article 12 of the City Code pertaining to vehicular public nuisances. And Mayor, there is somebody in the public call-in line for this item.
Okay. Very well. Let's proceed with the call-in line.
Stephen Shepard, I believe you are live on the line with City Council. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Coffin, and Aurora City Council, and a special thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Bergen for hearing our issues on this item. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Denver Metro Building Owners and Managers Association. We're a 100-year-old association representing owners and managers of commercial office, industrial, and other commercial buildings. We realize that this issue is not Aurora's alone to fix, but we still believe this ordinance is a reasonable measure in line with actions taken in neighboring municipalities to help address this significant public safety issue. Most everyone's aware of a lot of the public safety concerns around street racing, especially since that has resulted in some deaths of human life that were not related to the issue itself. However, I'm coming to you today on behalf of our membership because over the last year, our members have experienced firsthand the significant increase in street racing and the associated negative impacts that it has caused to them. Many properties have had to increase security, repair damage to their properties, resulting anywhere from $25,000 to one building reportedly up to $300,000 on a parking deck sealant that was destroyed. It's also an increase in security, and there's also been tenants who have been approached by the street racers due to their business, them being there on site when the racers have arrived. When the street racers leave, property managers have come behind to find not only the damage to the property, but smashed bottles, shell casings, and other things left behind showing what kind of business is being conducted on their properties by the street racers themselves. Sometimes upwards of 100 to 150 cars coming onto a private property. As you can imagine, this is not an environment that many would feel safe operating a business. So in that case, these public safety concerns will likely lead to some of the tenants leaving those properties when their leases are up. And our industry has already been affected heavily by COVID as far as people coming back to their office and allowing their employees to work from home or remotely when they are able. I appreciate your consideration of this matter, and we greatly appreciate your continued work on behalf of the City of Aurora.
Thank you.
I hope that all of you will vote for this ordinance. Thank you.
Are there further callers?
That was the only caller.
Motion?
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Bergen. Mayor Pro
Yes,
Tem Bergen.
Thank you. Motion to approve 12A.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by?
Second.
Berger.
Seconded by Councilmember McConnell to approve item number 12A. Councilmember Bergen for description.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't know, I know we have Lieutenant Hannafin available for a presentation, but I just wanted to make a comment that this came about with a lot of the constituents that were complaining about the speeding and just the fear from a public safety perspective. So this ordinance is really about trying to deter the illegal and dangerous activity. So as you'll, and I don't know if we're going to have a presentation, but if we do, you'll see that that there is due diligence in here, or due process, I should say, for those that have been contacted, and they would be able to enter an agreement with the courts so that they do not repeat that behavior. So I guess it cut me off, so.
Okay, yeah, Lieutenant Hannafin, can you walk us through this proposal?
You're muted.
Lieutenant, you're muted.
Is Lieutenant Hannafin with us?
Disappeared.
Mayor Chief Wilson, he is with us. I see a lot of network connections happening, a lot of problems going on. So if you'll bear with us, sir, let me text him, but I know that he was on the line and prepared to present to council.
Okay.
Mayor, this is Councilmember Lawson. Can I ask the sponsor just a quick question?
Please.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, so I know we're kind of doing this as a pilot. When would you expect the measurements to be, to come back to council just for review to see if it needs to be amended, how things are looking? What's your anticipated time frame?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lawson. I would anticipate that it's going to take a while for the program to get going in that 1 year. So I think closer to the end of that 1 year, we would have probably some measurable results to come back to council with.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of the sponsor while we're waiting for the Lieutenant Hannafin?
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to hold off because I wanted to also thank Lieutenant Hannafin for his work, which doesn't do much if he's not on the line. So I will cede for now.
Okay. Further questions of the sponsor?
Mayor, it's Lieutenant Hannafin. Are you able to hear me now?
Oh, yeah, please proceed. If you can walk us through the proposal.
Yeah, I apologize for that. This ordinance will provide Aurora police officers and city prosecutors with a new tool to abate the escalation of illegal street racing and roadway takeovers. We do believe this is a comprehensive ordinance that provides procedural justice for the vehicle owner and or the lien holder through various safeguards and protections.
Very well. Questions of Lieutenant Hannafin?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the sponsor for being open to, just evaluating this. I think some of us had some questions just about some unintended consequences, which of course we want to make sure that we take a look at. And I want to thank Lieutenant Hannafin for all his work and patiently explaining everything during the last meeting on this, and then also in my conversation with him afterwards. So just wanted to say thank you for all of the work that I know went into this. It's a big issue. Like I said last time, I've been caught up in a street racing, I don't know, small event, I guess. I don't know what else to call that. So I know, not only from hearing it and seeing it, but also kind of knowing what that feels like. Appreciate the work on this specific issue. So that's all. Thank you. I'll obviously be supporting.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Mayor, I'm going to support this as well. I appreciate the work that Mayor Pro Tem Bergen has put together or has done to bring this forward, as well as Lieutenant Hannafin. This was presented to the Public Safety Committee, and the idea of instead of trying to go after and capture people themselves, they're identifying vehicles that are inside the races, that are partaking in the races. And I think that's going to be an effective way to handle this. I appreciate the fact that it's got a 1 year clause in it where council can bring this back. And I think it's going to be very effective. So I appreciate all the work that's been done.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I also just wanted to echo the appreciation for Mayor Pro Tem Bergen and Lieutenant Hannafin on this issue. Quite a number of the streets where street racing takes place go through Ward 5. And it's a very common issue. I live near Parker Road, so I can't sleep with my windows open without hearing the noise of the street racing. And I know that's true of a lot of folks in Ward 5. I do know also that part of the reason that's true is because a lot of our roads have some serious traffic calming issues. And so I do hope that in addition to addressing the street racing, that we're also addressing some of the conditions that make it possible, including those streets that are very ripe for this type of activity. So thank you, and I will be supporting this.
Further questions or comments on item number 11? I'm sorry, item number 12A.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I also want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Bergen for bringing this forward and for listening to our concerns and being willing to make some tweaks. We have a lot of this issue in Ward 4 as well, on 225, on Yale, on Peoria. And I'm hopeful that this will begin to curb that activity. And I also want to echo Councilmember Coombs's comments around, utilizing our traffic engineers to, add some calming mechanisms to our thoroughfares. And that's something that I'm excited to talk to y'all about at a future study session as well, from some of the things we brought back from Carmel. So thank you.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'll echo a lot of the comments that have been made. I've often and I guess recently I've gotten comments around street racing concerns in Ward 1. So I am, eager to see how an ordinance like this may help curb that. I think that, well, one of the things that I like is that it's a one-year pilot and that we'll have an opportunity to review the data, review the effectiveness, and not just leave it in perpetuity. So I think that's probably one of the positive mechanisms built into this ordinance. So I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of those results. In addition, want to also echo support for other traffic calming initiatives. To me, this feels like one part of a larger conversation. I spoke with a constituent of mine who had voiced some other areas to look into, not specifically related to the ordinance, but what is the driver's ed look like for our public schools curriculum? Are there other ways, low cost ways like roundabouts, or retrofitting our current streets with roundabouts? I've seen kind of some examples in Denver, not building out a full thing, but just other ways to deter that. And I think specifically when residential streets are close to industrial areas, I think that's kind of like a prime area for some of this activity to occur, and does cause a lot of neighborhood disruption. So I just wanted to share my thoughts and support for the ordinance.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I just want to thank everyone for supporting the ordinance, and also huge thank you to Lieutenant Hannafin, and thank you specifically also to Councilmember Hiltz for proposing the pilot. I think it is important to evaluate the program, so I want to say thank you.
Further questions or comments? I just want to say that and urge a yes vote on this proposal. I think it's a very tough proposal, but I think tough is needed in an activity that is so dangerous in risking the lives of others than the street racing enthusiasts that I think endanger our neighborhoods. And so with that, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 12A?
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion passes for the introduction of ordinance number 2021-23.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 12B?
Item 12B is ordinance 2021-24, for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending sections 54-4 of the city code pertaining to terms of council members' vacancies by adopting a new subsection C pertaining to remedies or penalties for noncompliance with Article 3-7 of the city charter, as section 54-4 of the city code.
Dan Brosman for our presentation.
Sure. This ordinance modifies the penalty provision applying to 54-4, the vacancy, appointment for a vacancy from the general penalty provision to either a special election or the general election, depending on the timing of the vacancy.
Questions of the city attorney?
City attorney or mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so this still would mean that any failure to appoint at any time without a charter change is still a charter violation, correct? So we just don't have the penalty, but we would still be in violation of the charter, or any future council would still be in violation of the charter until a charter change was implemented on this issue, correct?
That's correct. We can't modify the charter provision through an ordinance. That actually has to go to a ballot question.
Further questions or comments, or further questions of the city attorney?
Mayor, Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson.
City Attorney Brosman, I just have a question. I just want a clarification. So the last council meeting, I asked you who could bring the action towards the council, and you told me it was the city. But in the last paragraph of your consequences for failure to appoint, and please clarify if I have this wrong, you said someone could bring an action. So does that mean someone in the city? So it could be anyone, is that correct? So it's not just the city manager or the city, it's now, from based on your opinion, anybody in the city could bring an action towards city council members. Is that correct?
Yes, there are actually two pieces. One is the criminal violation, the general penalty clause, that would be brought by the city manager, and the police department could issue a ticket for that. A civil action could be brought by someone other than city staff. There is a 1940 Colorado Supreme Court case for an action under mandamus that could be brought to against council to move this forward. The most likely scenario, because of the tie, because of a non-appointment, is a vote short of getting their development done. That's the most likely scenario. Again, the memo points out we in previous cases.
Dan, you're coming in a little broken. Dan, you're coming in broken. I wonder if it would be.
However, it does open the city up to risk because litigation could be brought.
Okay, Mayor. So basically,
yeah.
Mayor, so basically, there's just there's a criminal and then there's a civil penalty. So two actions could be brought against city council members for violation of the charter.
That is correct. That's correct.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So the way it was written with the penalty for noncompliance with filling the vacancy, but the charter says by majority. So it did not address having a tie vote. So I'm supporting 12B because there's not enough clarification in terms of if you don't have a majority, you don't have a majority. And so how could you, face criminal charges for that vote if you're deadlocked. So I will be in support of 12B.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I just want for maybe the Mayor Pro Tem to make just for a recommendation. There seems to be some charter things in here. Maybe we could have a committee or something where we can maybe press through some of these issues and bring them to the voter. We may, it may go to future councils, but I just suggest maybe having some type of committee or something to review this charter from the beginning to the end, so we can make sure and have things go to the voters as needed, because this is problematic with clarification and also just knowledge base of what the charter is supposed to do plus the rules. So just a recommendation.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember O'Connell, I think was next.
Oh, can I respond?
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Lawson, for that, because I do think the Rules Committee needs to be reconvened. We've had kind of a busy few months, but I think we need to reconvene and look at, matching that up, because it doesn't currently clarify any of this for us, and it makes it very, very problematic.
And I would certainly like to go over the cost of what a special election would be. And then, how far out there should be a special election. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. So I want to address a couple of things that got brought up. So I agree with the Charter Review Committee. That's something that we had discussed with our former city clerk and our former mayor pro tem. And then COVID happened. So as you can imagine, more pressing things came up. But the idea I think that we were floating was making that like a border commission that would meet every few years and then refer to us suggestions to update the charter. Apparently, this is something that other municipalities have in place, and I think we're long overdue to have one. And then on the special election question, I know that I think a lot of us agree with that instead of council having the power of appointment. This is something I've already begun dialogue with the Arapahoe County and their clerk and deputy clerk about. I'm happy to loop y'all in because obviously we would want to put that on the ballot for the voters. And we can talk about timing. I was hoping maybe next year, just because we're already getting really close to the election this year. But definitely open to collaborating on that as well.
Okay, very good. Further discussion on item number 12. I'm sorry. Who was it?
Berzins was one. I think it may be somebody else.
Councilmember Berzins, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Brodsman, we had two council members asked you to get a second opinion on the word shall. Did you do that?
Yes. I chatted with the city attorney for Westminster because they had recently gone through this. I chatted with David Broadwell, who's the general counsel for the Municipal League, and then with Nancy Rogers, who used to work for Aurora, who is now the city attorney from Broomfield, and Broomfield has a vacancy as well. So sent them the research, had them look at it, and they agree with the case law that has been cited in the memo saying shall is a mandatory term. So it's something council must do.
Okay. So how is it that the language in 2014 was not mandatory, the shall, but now in 2021, shall is mandatory? I don't understand what has changed since then.
And you're referring to the ballot question concerning pit bulls?
Yes, it says shall the people, and you said that was just an advisory. That shall was advisory, but now here it says the council members shall appoint. So what's the difference? What's changed?
And it's how it's actually in the sentence and in the ballot question that was presented for pit bulls. And again, I'd be happy to and have staff give you the memo that's being generated in the current litigation that's going on regarding the pit bull ordinance. But there's a difference in where it is in the sentence itself.
Okay, I've never heard of that, but yeah, that's still confusing. And if I can continue, yeah, the notice that you sent us, the 3-page memo, the last paragraph is it's just seems to me like it's so I don't know how to say it other than it's kind of gobbledygook. One sentence kind of goes in a different direction than the one in front. Someone could bring an action, but the action would face a major hurdle. But even if this happened, we don't have the method to do this. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
And part of the difficulty in this, again, the 1940s Colorado Supreme Court said someone could bring a mandamus action. But at the end of that, the judge has to say, that's great, council must resolve the tie. Again, there is no method in our charter, in our code, in our rules that tells the judge how that's supposed to happen. There's no case law on how that's supposed to happen. So the judge would say the same thing that we all understand right now, which is we need to break the tie. There just isn't a way right now, unless council comes to an agreement later tonight, there's no method on how that's supposed to happen. So the judge's rule would be that you shall resolve this issue. So yes, it's a little bit fuzzy. It's because of that. Can somebody bring that? Can somebody take it to a judge? Sure. And the judge will say the same thing, which is council needs to resolve that, but there's no method as to how. Again.
Okay, so you're right. It is fuzzy, very fuzzy.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion, questions of the attorney. Councilmember Coombs.
So just following on from my previous question, so we cannot actually address the problem, like really fix it, without changing the charter. So my question is, why would we pass an ordinance that says we're not liable under the general penalty provision for violating the charter when it seems like the issue could be resolved? And this doesn't also apply to us right now. It applies to some future council. So if we're addressing it for a future issue, it doesn't apply to our current issue because it's too close in timeline. Why wouldn't we instead focus on addressing the charter issue, which then we wouldn't have to figure out how we get out of penalties for violating the charter because we've addressed the root cause? So I guess to me, it's not clear that this really does anything other than tell us you can do a special election sometime in the future. But in the intervening time, we could just fix the problem in the charter and have the charter say you can have a special election instead.
But I think, Dan, if I understand this, we still have to go so that we could do a referred measure. I don't know if we're within the deadline. That's a question for the city clerk to the voters, but that wouldn't be decided until the election.
Correct.
November. So, yeah.
To clarify, Mayor, if I may, this also doesn't help us better resolve this before the election because this doesn't apply to us until we've gotten past the date that we would need to do the appointment. So we still have to do the appointment anyway.
City Attorney, would you comment on that?
So if you fail to appoint by July 29th, what this would do using the pending ordinance doctrine as part of this. So This removes the general penalty provision from play. So there is no conversation about a criminal issue for city council. This removes that and simply says that we're in violation of the charter. There are other issues that may come up, but the criminal piece of it is gone and would not apply to this council.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I see this as basically removing the violation, because it really doesn't make any sense when you have the charter saying that you shall appoint someone by a majority, but yet we can't reach a majority because we're deadlocked. There's not that part B, and without the part B, I don't really think we should be charged with criminal, charges for our vote. I mean, it's our vote, and if we're deadlocked, we're deadlocked. I mean, what are we supposed to force someone to change their vote and against their own values? I think this is necessary until we can resolve it otherwise, with the rules and try to remedy it. But to me, it would make no sense to charge someone criminally for not being able to change their vote when that's they're voting with their values.
Further discussion.
Question.
Councilmember Brosens.
Thank you. Don't we have immunity?
No, not in this case. That's why this is being proposed.
Okay.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number. I'm sorry, is there further discussion?
Dave Gruber, I move to approve 12B.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was no. Okay. Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Brosens.
Councilmember Brosens to approve item number 12B. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 12B?
Councilmember Brosens?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
No.
And Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Okay, the vote is no, 5 votes, yes, 4 votes. The motion does not pass.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 13A?
Item 13A is ordinance 2021-22, an ordinance authorizing the use of lease purchase financing to acquire certain equipment during the 2021 fiscal year pursuant to the terms of an equipment lease purchase agreement by and between the Aurora Capital Leasing Corporation as leaser and City of Aurora, Colorado as leasee, authorizing officials of the city to take all actions necessary to carry out the transactions contemplated hereby and other related matters.
Brief presentation by staff.
This is Terry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this item is regarding the lease purchase of 7 vehicles for Public Works, 6 dump trucks and an asphalt machine, as well as 8 vehicles for fire. The lease will not exceed $10 million for a term not to exceed 130 months at a rate not to exceed 5%. Are there any questions?
Questions to staff? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, motion? I'm sorry.
Mayor, move to approve of 13A.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hills to approve item number 13A. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 13A. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Murillo. Councilmember Murillo.
My apologies. Will you repeat the agenda item number one more time?
We are at item 13A, finalizing
Yes.
ordinance 2020. Okay, dash 22.
Sorry, I
Thank
lost
you.
my place after that conversation. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
The motion passes to adopt ordinance 2021-22.
Will the clerk please read the title to item number 15A?
Item 15A is ordinance 2021-25 for annexing a certain municipally owned parcel of land located in the southeast quarter of Section 12, Township 4 South, Range 66, west of the 6th Principal Meridian, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado, 12.67 acres.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
move to approve 15A.
Moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve item number 15A. Brief description by staff.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Kaufman and members of City Council. This is Laura Rickoff with the Office of Development Assistance. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, the two annexation ordinances being introduced at this evening's meeting are for several contiguous parcels of city-owned land, being presented as two separate annexations, the E470 Remnant and the Triple Creek Confluence parcels. I will now summarize both annexations as they are similar in nature. These city-owned properties will be maintained into the future by the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Department as open space, and both are intended to conserve open space and habitat along the Triple Creek Greenway corridor. This conservation effort will preserve city wetlands, plains, riparian habitat, active bald eagle nests, and extensive prairie dog colonies. The E470 Remnant annexation, the first annexation on this evening's agenda, consists of 3 contiguous parcels of land comprising 12.7 acres. The Triple Creek Confluence annexation, the second on this evening's agenda, consists of 6 contiguous parcels of land comprising about 129 acres. Both annexations fall within the city's prescribed annexation boundary and meet statutory contiguity requirements. The process for annexing city-owned land follows state law, and these annexation ordinances will be considered over this meeting as the ordinances are introduced, and the following regular council meeting on July 26th for the final reading of these ordinances. Once city jurisdiction is established by these annexation ordinances, these properties will undergo the initial zoning process through City Council for consideration, and both annexations are proposed to be zoned as Parks Open Space District. No improvements other than a future trail are planned for either area, and this open space zoning is consistent and compatible with the surrounding planned and existing developments. With that, staff representatives from the Parks Department are also on the meeting this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Any questions to staff? Seeing none, thank you very much. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 15A. 15A. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
and Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-25.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 15B?
Item 15B is ordinance 2021-26, an ordinance annexing a certain municipally owned parcel of land located in the northeast quarter of Section 11 and in the west half of Section 12, Township 4 South, Range 66 west of the 6th Principal Meridian, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado, 128.97 acres.
Brief description by staff.
Thank you. This is Laura Rigoff again with the Office of Development Assistance. So this is the second of the 2 annexations being considered this evening, which I mentioned, the Triple Creek Confluence area, and this is the 6 contiguous parcels of land, also intended to be preserved as open space, approximately 129 acres.
Questions to staff? A motion?
Mayor, move to approve 15B.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Second.
I'm sorry, seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 15B. Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 15B?
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Barrio,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
and Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-26.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 17A?
Item 17A is Ward 2 council member vacancy appointment. City Council considering appointing 1 candidate to the Ward 2 council member vacancy.
Motion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to appoint Steve Sundberg.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to the Ward 2 council vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Mayor Pro Tem's motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy for Ward 2 in Aurora City Council?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Mario.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Are there further nominations?
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
move to approve Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy for Ward 2.
Been moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I just want to express my reasons for supporting Dr. Ryan Ross. As we know from the memo included in the backup, a term on council lasts 4 years. So the election that took place in 2017 is the election relevant to this appointment. And I believe that we should represent those values that were expressed by the voters in 2017 as we fill out the remainder of the term for which they voted in 2017. And I think Dr. Ryan Ross does that the best. In addition, lest anybody question it, he is also eminently qualified. He has a great deal of experience working in our community college system, and we all know that education and jobs are important to our community at this time as we're coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and his expertise would be really valuable in that. In addition, he has experience with mediating and addressing bodies that are in conflict and that don't necessarily agree on the topics that are under discussion, as represented by his role in our community police task force. And so I would ask that folks really consider those qualifications and those values, and not just their personal preference in making decisions on this vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy, the Ward 2 vacancy for City Council, City of Aurora?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion? I'd like to move that we lay over item number 17A until the next regular meeting of the Aurora City Council.
Second, Gruber.
That's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Gruber. Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
We already did that once. We already received answers to the questions that we posed. So I don't see the purpose or value in doing that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is to lay over item number 17A, Ward 2 Councilmember vacancy appointment until the next regular meeting. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
Nope.
Councilmember Murillo?
No.
The motion does not pass with 4 votes.
Is there a motion?
Mayor,
Are there further motions?
Berzins?
Councilmember Gruber.
Mayor, I move to approve Steve Sundberg to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Brewer, seconded by
Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the Gruber motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the appointment of the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
Nope.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yeah, I guess my question is, are we going to do this all night and just be deadlocked? Because I think that's the way it's going. And it's kind of ludicrous, seriously, to waste everyone's time just having the same votes. And looks like that's what's going to happen. My mother, I just got notified, is in the emergency room. So if we want to just play games, and I guess I'll be here till 5 in the morning listening to this tie vote over and over. My motion would be to please let the voters decide in November.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second, Berzins.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by Councilmember Berzins to lay the appointment over until the election, thereby allowing the voters to make that decision. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. I strongly agree with the spirit of that, but what you are basically saying is let's just violate the charter. It doesn't really matter, I guess. I mean, that's unacceptable to me. And I think that we need to come to some kind of conclusion one way or another here.
Mayor?
Sorry. Who is it? I'm sorry, I missed. Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
If that makes sense, if we can come to a resolution. I don't think we're going to come to a resolution. So we're going to be in violation of the charter regardless.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the Mayor Pro Tem Bergen motion to lay item number 17A over until the election, thereby allowing the voters to decide. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Berzins.
thank you. I move to appoint Steve Sundberg as the Ward 2 interim. For the people at home that don't know him, he moved to Aurora in 1997. And he has been an Aurora resident for that long. He knows the area. Then he also bought his home in Aurora in 2003. So he has lived in Ward 2, sorry, I've got 3 on the brain. Ward 2 since 2003. And he's seen the changes. He's seen all the building. He knows neighbors. You know, he's worked in Aurora. His father has a business in Aurora, which he's taken over. So to me, it's a logical choice because he's been here. He knows the area. He knows the business. He's the true Auroran to work in and for Ward 2 because that is him. So that's why I'm suggesting that he is the correct person for this job. Thank you.
I'm sorry, was there a second to that motion?
Gruber, second.
Councilmember Gruber was the second. Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I think it's pretty disrespectful to Dr. Ross to suggest that he's not a true Auroran. as someone who also contributes to our community, also lives in the ward. He's eligible for the vacancy, and also has a business in the city. So I want to be very clear that the implication that some people are truer Aurorans than others is really unacceptable to me. We're all Aurorans. We all live here. We all work here. We all play here. This is all of our home. And so it's just really ludicrous and disrespectful.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Councilmember Berzin's amendment. I'm sorry, Councilmember Berzin's motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy for the Aurora City Council. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A parliamentary point of inquiry to the city attorney in that what constitutes a settled question?
And in this case, it's still open. So this is one that will require you to either come to either find a majority or come to an agreement to find a majority. Or you can, again, lay over as a request was made earlier by a majority vote.
Motion. Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 council vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Murillo.
thank you. You know, I had voted for the prior ordinance to really express my desire to let the voters resolve future issues like this. I imagine, as was stated by another council member, this is going to last a while. And it does feel like a waste of time. But I mean, for me, it's really, this is, regardless of that outcome of the prior vote, it didn't allow us to abandon our responsibility to appoint somebody for our charter. So for me, the vote is really representing the, for us, is honoring the will of our voters, and to act on what is prescribed of us. And I think we're, when we think of the will of the voters, we have heard time and time again from myself, from other council members, per our former council member, and through the Ward 2 vacancy interviews that Dr. Ryan Ross best fits the will of our voters, right? When we look at the makeup of Ward 2, and this is publicly available data, the Democratic registration for the area for Ward 2 is about 37%, which is about double of what you would see on the GOP registration in terms of voters. So again, we're trying to get at the most representative person to fulfill the will of the voters. And there have been really positive things said about both candidates. And then on merits in that regard, I still would say that Dr. Ryan Ross is most qualified, in addition to the fact that we are still trying to fill a vacancy to fulfill the will of our Ward 2 voters from the last election. So to me, we are fighting for those values to honor the values of our democracy and our democratic process.
A further discussion on this nonpartisan appointment.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. That's a great little segue. I just want to point out that in the time that I have lived in Aurora, I don't think y'all have ever really had an issue filling a vacancy. And in this, nonpartisan, air quotes, wink, wink, role, y'all have had Republican majorities in Aurora, and you've appointed Republicans to fill those vacancies. That's just the lay of the land. That's real. This is the first time we've had an issue because we actually have more diversity of thought on council presently than I think we have had previously. And that is why we're having this, frankly, this pissing match going back and forth. I just want to state for the record that if something happened, God forbid, to any of you, I would vote to appoint someone who shares your values because I don't believe we should have this power. I want us to, in fact, give this power back to the voters next year. But I would expect that y'all would do the same for me. I think it's insulting to the people who turned out when we ran for office to usurp their will, quite frankly, by appointing someone who aligns with some of us politically. I think that what we should do in this role is, with this power, is to the best of our ability, appoint someone who reflects the values of the individual that we are replacing. And I know with some of these vacancies in the past, the people who are stepping away have actually made their suggestions, and those were, to the best of my knowledge, honored. So the fact that we're going around and around here is why I describe this as an attempted coup to thwart the will of the voters in 2017. So I would ask again to my colleagues, in good faith, appoint the person who actually does represent the values of the person who we are trying to replace, and let the voters decide who's going to fill that seat in November for the next 4 years.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Mario.
Thank you. Another point, I think of the two candidates that have been named tonight and we've debated in prior council meetings, one is already on the ballot and one has made it very clear that they are not going to be running for the Ward 2 seat. So I think we are also unfairly influencing our election process. This is the rare opportunity that would be possible. And if we're appointing somebody who is already on the ballot, we are unfairly influencing the outcome of our upcoming election. We know that there may be potential advantages to having that name recognition being in the interim position. So again, on top of the many other reasons that I've stated many times before today and today, I just don't see how we can overcome that fact, that we'd be giving an unfair advantage in this next election if we were to appoint one of the two names that have been put forward, and that would be Mr. Sundberg.
Further discussion.
Mayor
Pro Tem.
Yes, so if we let the voters decide in November, then we would not be filling the vacancy. Therefore, no one would have an advantage. We just let the voters decide. And we don't know why the voters vote for certain people. We're just making assumptions.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
To clarify, we should let the voters decide who they want to vote for the 2021 to 2025 term in 2021, but the voters in 2017 already voted on the 2017 to 2021 term. And again, I agree that this isn't a power that should be granted to council. Right now, it's a responsibility that is given to us that we need to address until we can fix the charter.
Mayor.
Further discussion, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Dr. Ryan Ross was not on the ballot in 2017, so that voters did not vote for him.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. That's correct. Dr. Ross did not run for office, nor does he intend to seek office in the future. However, Councilmember Johnston did run for office and has identified that Dr. Ryan Ross shares her values, and that is the person that she is supporting. This has been very easy for council to do in the past. And again, the only difference now is that we actually have a politically, ideologically, and from a partisan affiliation standpoint, diverse council. And some of y'all are trying to use this as an opportunity to win a majority that frankly you didn't earn. So do the right thing and let the upcoming election decide how the city's going to look for the next 2 years until 2023.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
By way of example, as far as appointing people who don't intend to run again, this council appointed Bob Laguerre to fill the mayoral vacancy. And one of the considerations that was stated and that was taken under advisement was his not having the intent to run in 2019 for the seat of mayor. And so if that was a valid justification in 2018, it's not clear why that's not a valid justification in 2021, especially when so many of the council members are the same people who made those votes and were seated at that time.
Further discussion. Seeing none, let's see, where are we at? Sorry, whose motion is this?
This was, I believe, mine and seconded by Councilmember Murillo, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. The motion before us is the adoption of the Councilmember Marcano, a motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy for Ward 2 of the Aurora City Council. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Coffin?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Bursons?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion. Mayor will entertain a motion.
Mayor, can I move that we take a 5-minute recess?
Without objection, 5-minute recess. The time is now 8:33. Is there objection? Okay, without objection, the time is now 8:33. We'll take a break until 8:38. Council stands in recess. The Aurora City Council is back in session. Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coons.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Rouse for 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember Rayo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thanks. So I have a question. Several of those council members that are voting for Dr. Ross have made the charge that they're voting for him to replace Councilmember Johnston because he's most politically aligned. And so I'm curious, did any of you meet with Steve Sundberg? Because I did. I met with both Dr. Ross and with Steve Sundberg to find out what their ideologies were, to find out what they thought on several different issues. And so you keep making this charge that Dr. Ross is most closely aligned with Nicole Johnston. And so I'm curious, are you basing that solely on party affiliation, or did you actually take the time to do your job and meet with the applicants for this position?
Further discussion?
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Councilmember Coombs.
Councilmember Moreno, go ahead.
Just kidding, I will go. Yeah, fortunately, Councilmember Gardner, you don't prescribe what doing my job looks like. I am basing my opinions off of Nicole Johnston herself, former Councilmember Nicole Johnston. I'm not sure what else, how more clear than representing the former council members' political direction, intent of the voters, will of the voters, than by that person themselves. And I did follow the process, and I interviewed the candidates equally during the prescribed time during the Ward 2 vacancy process, along with the other candidates.
Yep. Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Gardner, I actually did meet with Dr. Ross. He reached out to me. Mr. Sundberg did not reach out to me. And then we also went through the interview process as well. Further, on top of that, I actually looked up not just affiliations, but, contributions and things like that. And I also found that Mr. Sundberg is a Trump supporter, at least was in 2016. And I know for damn sure that Donald Trump got clobbered in Ward 2. So I took a lot of different things into consideration. The fact that he's against the minimum wage, the fact that he had no substantive answer for affordable housing, the fact that he supports a camping ban, in fact, in spite of Councilmember Johnson being adamantly against it. And I could go on. I don't want to drag somebody without them being here to defend themselves. But yeah, I took a lot of stuff into consideration. So thanks for your inquiry.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
I'm sorry. Councilmember Coons.
Yeah, so likewise, Mr. Sundberg's views on a number of issues are public because he is a current candidate for office and has made public statements, and because he did participate. Both of their views are public because they participated in a forum with members of the public and an interview with members of council, and made their views on issues public. And it was clear from those public views that Dr. Ross is more aligned with Councilmember Johnson, and there are a number of areas where Mr. Sundberg has been vociferously opposed to positions that Councilmember Johnson took. I don't think we have to have private meetings with individuals off the record to get an understanding of their positions when their positions are made public.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thanks. So first of all, there's a lot to unpack there. So first of all, I find it interesting that all three of you are criticizing me for asking you to have a private meeting outside of the public process when all three of you have asked me at various times to meet with stakeholders related to items you're bringing forward. So you're obviously not opposed to private meetings. You're just opposed to private meetings in this case. So we'll check that box. The next is, it sounds like what I heard was former Councilmember Johnson told you how to vote, and you're voting based upon party affiliation, essentially. So I just wanted to make that clear. I'm glad we got that out of the way. So thank you.
Yeah. Mayor.
I'm sorry, who's this?
Councilmember Marcano. Thank you.
Councilmember Marcano.
I think you're putting words in our mouth, number one, Councilmember Gardner, and I really do not appreciate that because I actually do have respect for you, but if you behave that way, I'm going to lose that very quickly. Number two, it's a lot more than party affiliation. It's about values. Party affiliation can be shorthand for values, but as we already know, not all Republicans, not all Democrats are cut from the same cloth. And yeah, wow, sorry, I'm just really surprised to hear that from you. And number three, the values of the former council member, which is the person who was duly elected, remember, duly elected by the people of that ward, absolutely weigh into consideration. I don't represent Ward 2. So I take what the former council member from Ward 2, the person that they endorse, and then the values that they fought for while they were on council, and the values that the person who's applying for the vacancy stated during our public interviews and when I got to meet with Dr. Ross privately, into heavy consideration. And that's how I arrived at my conclusion. So thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. A few things. Nicole is one of my dear friends personally and also a colleague, but she left. So this is where we're at. And that means that anything's on the table. And I did meet with both, I had a conversation with, I wasn't able to meet in person, with both Dr. Ross and Mr. Sundberg. And to be honest, there were things with Mr. Sundberg that I agree with. I don't want to get into this, just getting back and forth and tearing people down because they don't agree with us. But in the list of things that I prioritize, not Nicole, me, I prioritize, Mr. Sundberg and I just have a difference of opinion and philosophy on some of that, and that's okay, and I welcome that, and he's, running his campaign on that, but I appreciate him taking the time to put in for this, and I want to make sure that we're being respectful of the people who did run, whether or not we're voting for them, because I think with each round, especially in light of how last time went, that gets worse each round. And so I do appreciate both of them taking the time to have a really long conversation about, different things. So that's all. I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
So Councilmember Gardner, I did meet with Dr. Ryan Ross. Unfortunately, me and Mr. Sonnenberg, which I do appreciate him reaching out to me, our schedules did not connect. So that's on me as well. What I'm basing it on, I'm looking a little bit beyond what maybe some of my colleagues are saying. When looking at some of the questions and looking at the interview piece, that's how I'm kind of looking at how they answered and addressed some of those issues. So for me, Mr. Sonnenberg had some good ideas and some good points of view. I have to give him that. But with Dr. Ryan Ross, one of the things that was very, very important to me that I asked him directly, because I was told that he did not want to be run at all. And then one of the questions that when I asked him bluntly, why are you running when I thought that you didn't want to run? And he said that he wanted to do it. And that means a lot. He just wants to, it's not to put something else on his resume. He wants to work for the people in Ward 2. And so, again, I'm not saying Mr. Sonnenberg doesn't want to do that, but I'm just letting you know that, yes, Mr. Sonnenberg did reach out to me. We did not connect, but I based it on what the interview questions were and how people responded to those questions. So I'm not even looking at political affiliation. I'm not even looking at what Councilmember Johnston represented in 2017. Hearing from some of those individuals, and there's a divide. There's people that like Sonnenberg, and there's people that like Dr. Ross. For me, it's how he actually addressed the questions, how each of them addressed the questions. That's how I'm looking at why I'm choosing Dr. Ross over Dr. Sonnenberg. It doesn't make either one. They both had good responses on the certain questions. It's just certain things that I didn't agree with Mr. Sonnenberg on, and there's a couple things that I didn't agree with. I didn't agree with Dr. Ross on, but for me, Dr. Ross would be the more appropriate person for this position at this time, and he's not running. Mr. Sonnenberg will, and definitely, he's running in the race. So that's kind of where my position is coming from with my meetings and how I'm looking at things from this appointment perspective.
Further discussion. Seeing none, it's this, Councilmember O'Connell, this is your motion, am I correct?
No, I believe it was Councilmember Coombs this time.
Oh, Councilmember Coombs, okay. The question before us is the motion by Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano. I mean, Councilmember Murillo.
I mean, you've mistaken voices before, but.
Oh, I better pay attention. I'm sorry.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 council vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor, I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yeah, and this would be for the attorney. I'm waiting to hear how my mom is doing in the emergency room. She lives in Colorado Springs. If I have to leave the meeting, is it correct that it would still require 6 votes for Dr. Ross to be appointed?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Very well. What are your plans, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm just texting with my sisters and waiting
Okay.
for updates.
Okay. Well, you will be in our prayers. Your mother, your family. Sorry, Councilmember Murillo, motion. Where are we? Sorry. Moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would clerk please call the roll on the Murillo motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Murillo.
I move to nominate Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy for the Aurora City Council. Discussion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the Murillo motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor and council, this is Katie, if I may. I was just going to let you know that council does have the option to break a tie vote by casting lots. So I just wanted to let everybody know that's also an option if council chooses to go that way.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember
Berzins.
Ward 3, Councilmember Berzins from Ward 3.
Thank you. Well, we've done this 9 times already, and honestly, we're sitting here cutting each other down. And that is, to me, that is totally inappropriate. And it doesn't do the city any good. It doesn't do our residents any good to see their council talking badly about each other. So I would like to make a motion that we hold the vacancy open and let the voters decide in November.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second, Gruber.
It's been moved by Councilmember Berzins, seconded by Councilmember Gruber to lay item number 17A over until after the election, allowing the voters of Ward 2 to make the decision. Discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
I think Councilmember Lawson actually tried to say something earlier and never got recognized. So Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson.
So can I just ask the city attorney a question?
Please.
If we have because I'm going to be very honest with you. I understand that we have to do the work of the people, but this obviously is not going to get resolved. I mean, even if we laid it over, it's still going to be 5-5. No one's going to give up on their vote. But my question is, if we let this go to the voters in November and have this seat open, I mean, of course, we have 4 at-large council members. I think that really we could make sure that the residents are, they're represented. But I guess what I'm trying to understand with this and why I've been kind of a little resistant to it is I'm trying to understand if we did that, then we are in violation of the charter. What happens? We're just in violation of the charter, but are we going to be served? I guess I'm just trying to under the legality of it. So can you explain that to me, City Attorney Brodsman, about that?
So on the criminal side, the manager at the last meeting indicated you will not be served. So that option is off the table. There are certain arguments, again, someone could try and force this through court to have council vote through a mandamus action. Again, and we outlined this earlier, the problem is our charter and code don't indicate how to break the tie. There are certain challenges that could be made to council's decisions that end up that fail because of a tie and because of a lack of a vote. Again, we think we will be successful in those cases, but you could give rise to certain attorneys filing actions against the city.
I mean, what would be their argument? I'm sorry.
The council has violated the charter by not appointing someone, which somehow violates their chance. If you would have had the Ward 2 seat filled, that they would have voted for their project. It's really speculative.
How do they get, and that's how they get standing? How do they get standing?
Right, that's their way of getting their foot in the door. Now, I don't think that'll be successful. I don't think that's a good argument, but it's an argument that can be made.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
How could we violate the charter if we don't have a majority? It says we have to do it by majority, and we don't have a majority. So we would never be in violation.
Well, it's saying that you have to appoint. The argument is that you shall appoint.
But we can't because we're at a stalemate.
I understand. I understand your argument, and that's certainly that is the exact argument we would be making in defense of council on any action, any civil action brought against us. That is why that no criminal action is going to be brought, is exactly for that reason. But again, the problem is it says shall appoint. Does that need to be corrected in the charter through a ballot question? Absolutely. I think all of council agrees that needs to be resolved. But that can't happen now because it's going to take us cleaning up the language in the charter to do that.
So the city manager would then have to file something? I mean, he could file something, right?
So, and again, the problem is the success of doing that. Again, the mayor, as the mayor pro tem indicated, making anybody change their mind just isn't workable. It makes no sense to do that.
But what could the city manager do?
So, in theory, the city manager could direct the police department to file charges against city council.
Boy, I don't know. He might do it. I don't know.
But the problem is it doesn't make any sense because somebody's giving up their ideology to do that. And that's why there's no way you could win that as a criminal case. So what would happen is it would be filed. My office would dismiss the charges.
So this is basically just hypotheticals. Mr.
Yes.
Twombly has already said he's not going to do it. And if someone files a suit, then how long will that take? That will take months before it goes through, way past the general election.
Right.
So we're just dealing with hypotheticals. This could happen, that could happen, well, something else could happen. You know, in the meantime, we're letting our residents watch us be dysfunctional, and when we could just stop it now and wait until November and let the people of Ward 2 decide who they want.
Mayor.
Councilmember Jones.
So, City Attorney Brotzman, if we were to be sued for the failure of a vote due to not having a full council, or if any other civil action were to be brought against us, that doesn't become moot just because the 2021 November election occurred, correct? Like whatever we failed to do, we're still liable for.
In that time, yes, from the date, from the 45 days to the election, yes, that is a risk. That is a risk.
So, sorry, to clarify, that means that if we got sued for something in that time frame, even if the lawsuit took past the election, it could still be found against council and against the city.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Councilmember Gruber.
I'd like to move to eliminate all candidates for Ward 2 other than Dr. Ryan Ross and Steve Sundberg.
Mayor, I'm sorry, this is Katie. There is a motion on the table right now for the November election.
Okay, so is it the Berzins?
Yeah.
Who made that motion? I'm sorry.
Berzins. Member Berzins.
Okay.
By Councilmember.
Okay, and it was seconded by?
Councilmember Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber, okay. Is there further discussion on the Berzins amendment to lay it over until after the election, thereby allowing the voters to make the decision?
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I have a question. I guess I'm a little confused as to how the city attorney can say preemptively that his office would dismiss charges for something that hasn't happened yet. and if that same decision would be made if it wasn't an appointed position by council. It seems like that should be not, I don't know, it just seems a little too close to home, I guess, for that decision and conversation to be made prior to us even making any violations as a council body. So I just wanted to, I don't know, share my hesitation, I guess, with how that conversation is going.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the Burzon's motion to lay item number 17 over until after the election. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Burzons?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
No.
And Councilmember Murillo?
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Mayor, I move to eliminate all candidates for Ward 2 other than Dr. Ryan Ross and Steve Sundberg.
So let me ask, city attorney, is that possible? Oh, it's a vacancy. I assume it would be, right?
It's a vacancy. What you're actually doing is agreeing that these will be your 2 candidates. No, at the end of the day, if you don't decide tonight, or you decide at some later point you want to put one of these people on the table, again, council has the ability to appoint anyone they want to.
So he's just narrowing. Councilmember
Right.
just narrowing.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so if I is there a second?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber, if I understand your motion, it's to limit the consideration for appointment to Dr. Ryan Ross and Steve Sundberg. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. We had 5 candidates apply. What this motion does will eliminate 3 and keep the 2 front runners as our primary 2 moving forward.
Let's see. Is there a second?
Yes. Times I said
It's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion?
Mayor?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Okay, yeah, I guess I want to better understand what's the purpose of doing this, since that's effectively what's already been happening. Just why limit options?
Well, the primary reason is based on what the city attorney said a minute ago about standing. The way it is now is that the people with standing on a decision to move forward would be the 2 candidates. If we did not limit it to the 2, then not only the 3, but anybody else who would choose to be a candidate at a later date, if we don't decide tonight, would have standing. So what this does is it says we've vetted these people. We've met with both of them. We understand their positions. And if we vote for this and council says these are the 2 candidates moving forward, and then council will come up with whatever process to either decide or to delay. But these are the 2 candidates who we approve at this point.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the Councilmember Gruber motion to limit consideration for the appointment to Steve Sundberg and to Dr. Ryan Ross. Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. Just a question to the city attorney. So would that actually, in fact, limit standing of potential litigation in the future?
It gives us an argument, but the answer is that at any time council can appoint. Again, you're not limited to even the candidates that you picked. You can go outside and pick almost anybody you want, in this process.
But that, okay. Further discussion.
Mayor,
Combs.
so to clarify, we can do this and then we can bring anybody we want back whenever we want. If we wanted to nominate someone else, that we wouldn't be prohibited from doing that.
That's correct.
Okay, so does this change anything?
Mayor, may I respond?
Councilmember Combs. Councilmember Gruber.
So what this does, we've gone through a process of vetting 5 different individuals. Typically what we do, we have a nomination process, and in other appointments, we would have a nomination process where we would nominate certain people for a position, and then we would vote which of those people in that pool would be the one who actually gets a position. What I'm recommending here is the exact same thing, is that we've vetted 5, we've narrowed it down to 2, and these are the 2 that we are considering moving forward. These are the 2 that have standing. As the city attorney said, if we don't decide tonight and someone decides to bring somebody at another person at a point in the future, that's obviously still something that a council member can do. However, as far as the process of analyzing candidates, this limits that first process. We vetted 5, and this narrows it down to the 2.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Gruber amendment to narrow the field of appointees or potential appointees to be considered to Dr. Ryan Ross and to Steve Sundberg. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no one, the clerk please call the roll on the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Coombs?
I think Lawson also.
Councilmember Lawson.
Mayor, I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So the question has been asked of those of us that are supporting Dr. Ryan Ross, why we wouldn't instead support Steve Sundberg. So I guess the question is there some qualification that folks find lacking in Dr. Ryan Ross that they feel he should not be appointed to this vacancy?
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is a Lawson motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Coombs.
seconded by Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs amendment?
Marcano.
I'm sorry. Who made the motion? Oh, it's the adoption of the Marcano motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the Lawson motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs amendment to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy? Coombs motion.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So been moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Hiltz Hiltz motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Second, Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the question on the adoption of the Lawson motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
second by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no one, the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Hiltz Amendment to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs Amendment to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
I have a question for my colleagues. Are any of y'all movable with data about how people vote, the values that they vote for out there at all, or is this a foregone conclusion for you all? Genuine question. I just want to make sure that we're not wasting any more time.
Further discussion.
No.
Okay.
So whose motion was this? I'm sorry.
That was just a question, and then Councilmember Lawson.
No, whose motion is this?
We don't have
There was not a motion.
There's no motion. Okay, very well. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, just wanted to say my mom's still in the hospital and we're still at a tie vote over and over.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. Just Councilmember Bergen, I understand the family emergency, and the city attorney addressed, I think, the issue. Like, if you leave, it's not really going to change anything unless someone else switches their vote. So.
Thank you. It's now very late. I would have to drive an hour and a half to Colorado Springs. And I had a tooth extraction, an implant last week, and I'm still taking stuff. So I don't think I want to drive.
Understood.
Further discussion? This is the lost in motion. Seeing none, the question before us, I think, is the lost in motion. Is it Lawson?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor.
So lost in motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Lawson amendment to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing now, the question before us is the adoption of the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Marcano amendment,
Yes,
Marcano motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Sure. Mayor, if I may.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I guess I'll just throw out some data points anyway for the public. So looking at 2020 election results, the precincts that represent Eagle Bend, Murphy Creek, Traditions in Adonia, supported Representative Mike Weissman, 55.7, 55.8, and 57.7 respectively. Buckley Air Force Base supported Representative Mike Weissman with 69.3% of the vote. And the reason I bring that up is because Councilmember Johnston shares very similar values to Representative Mike Weissman. So this area should be represented by someone who would continue those values. So we're just
further discussion. Further discussion. Seeing none, will clerk please call the roll? Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess we should not have elections anymore. Just go by state representative vote.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Marcano amendment. Marcano motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, who is it?
Councilmember Marcano.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I did have a question for some of my colleagues who've been here for past appointments. Why has there never been a call for special elections until we were filling the appointment of someone who disagrees with you politically.
Are you speaking to me?
Any of you who've been here for that.
Further discussion. Seeing the question before us is the.
Sorry, Mayor. I was trying to give
folks,
thanks. I was trying to give folks the opportunity to answer Councilmember Marcano's question. My question is like, what do folks expect that we do if we can't make this decision with 6 votes? What do folks expect that we do moving forward? Are we going to spend from now until the first meeting of December having 5-5 votes, no way to break a tie, and just failing at everything we try to do? Like, what's the hope of folks that are not supporting Dr. Ross when at this point that's the only motion being made?
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Marcano. Whose motion is this? Marcano?
I believe so, yes.
The Marcano a motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion. Seeing on the question before us is the adoption of the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
so I see folks continuously offering a positive motion and voting on that positive motion, and I see another group of folks just continuously saying no and not having any further discussion. So I just really am trying to understand what positive do folks have to offer?
Further discussion.
Resolution.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
I just wanted to mention, since it's been mentioned a couple of times, other politicians that have been successful in Ward 2. In the most recently completed municipal election in 2019, I won a vast majority of the precincts in Ward 2. So I hardly think what they've mentioned holds water over the most recently completed municipal election.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I'd just like to quote Albert Einstein about the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
Further discussion. Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of, is it the Marcano motion?
No.
It's a Lawson motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs amendment to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I have a point of inquiry for the city attorney.
Please proceed.
Mr. Brotzman, if we move forward, knowing that we're violating the charter, knowing that we can get sued, what happens in the event of tied votes on any other motion? Since typically the mayor would break those ties. How do we proceed with business as a council?
So your council rules handle tie votes. What it says is if there's a tie vote, it's brought back to the next meeting. If it's not passed at the next meeting, it's defeated. So it's just that could happen if somebody was absent now. That could happen currently under your rules. So that remains the same.
But so just to clarify, if we have any issues that have this level of division, which I suspect we will face some, then things will just fail. We'll just be in a position of failing everything that we try to do.
You won't have a majority, so items without a majority will not pass.
Further discussion?
Mayor, can I ask the city
Councilmember
attorney?
Hiltz.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, to the city attorney, Councilmember Lawson.
City Attorney Brosman, so just to kind of follow up with what Councilmember Coombs said, in your last paragraph of your advisement, in those cases where she's referring to the tie vote, could someone bring action towards us in those cases as well?
In legislative matters, the answer is probably not. Again, the problem is going to be they would not have standing on purely legislative matters. Quasi-judicial matters, they have a better argument. But again, this could currently, tie votes have happened in the past. when someone is absent. And what ended up in those cases, when challenged, the city was successful in those cases.
And Mayor, can I just comment on something? So I understand, you know, City Attorney Brotzman, I think what I'm having a little trouble with, you're saying that it probably, I think.
Sure, case law.
I guess for me, well, yeah, I mean, if that's what we're referencing, the case law that would reference that, but it just seems like you're saying that the case law would kind of protect us in these, not protect us, but give us more standing in terms of if we couldn't come to an agreement on this issue.
So
is that correct? The case law would support.
Yes, yes, that's absolutely true. And again, all attorneys will always give you this same qualification, which is if you go to court, I can't ever make a guarantee if you go to court. But yes, the case law supports that the tie should not result in a award against the city.
Can you provide me a jurisdiction in the state of Colorado where that has happened, where the case law did support a tie vote amongst the council on a vote like this?
Right
you
now,
have a jurisdiction?
Right now, I don't. Right now, I don't.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So whenever we've had tie votes, ordinances, they don't go forward. I mean, if tie votes fail.
Well, your rules actually say if you have a tie vote, it comes back to the next meeting.
Right.
If at the next meeting it doesn't pass, it fails.
Right. Okay. This is what we're right here. This is the second meeting.
Further discussion. I'm sorry, is there a motion?
Sorry, can I clarify that question?
Okay.
Because City Attorney Brotzman, that's for legislative matters. For appointments, that's not the same case, right? We just have to get the 6 votes somehow. It doesn't just die if we meet twice and are deadlocked twice, correct?
Yes, for this matter, for vacancies, you have, again, the charter provision, the code section says you shall appoint. So it can't just simply die unless there is one way, which is you move to continue to the general election.
And to clarify on that, if we do that, we're in violation of the charter.
Because you did not appoint. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins from Ward.
Yeah, I would just like to speak to when Mayor Hogan left us, we had 10 people and we had some tie votes. We had some 5-5 ties because there were only 10 of us, but those agenda items always came back. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world when that happens because it's happened before. And like Mr. Brotzman said, somebody could be ill and or be out and we only have 10 votes. So, I mean, it happens, it's happened before and it'll continue to happen. I would like to note that tonight we had a lot of unanimous votes. We voted together a lot of times tonight. I mean, you can't just say because there are 10, it's always going to be a 5-5 split. No, we agree on a lot. And I just don't think that that's a reason to stay at 10-10, you know, because there could be a split. Could be a split anytime, anywhere. And it's happened before, but those items always come back.
I don't think there's a motion on the floor.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
And I'll move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by?
Second.
Councilmember Mercado to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So in continuation of the discussion, I agree that we're able to come to votes that are not deadlocked on a tie. And we do that with some frequency, usually on somewhat more administrative matters. But it really is a question for me why this has to be a complete deadlock, why there's no way to look at Dr. Ryan Ross as a candidate and nobody can come to the conclusion for a 6th vote that he would be someone who can fill this vacancy well, can do so in a way that could unite council, just as he's done in a number of other matters. And why we don't think, or why folks don't seem to think that he could come to the conclusion of falling on one side or the other on issues. And there seems to be an assumption that he's going to always fall one way on matters, when really, I believe that what I know of him, he's an independent thinker.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Burzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo? I'm sorry, Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Lawson motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Burzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5.
The motion is in order.
Mayor, I'd like to make a comment.
Councilmember Gruber.
Just want to point out that from a logic perspective, we're caught in an irresistible force versus a movable object paradox. We're in a fight with both sides representing and neither side moving. I'd like to refer to our oath. Having been duly elected to the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully and impartially administer the affairs of such office in accordance with the Constitution of the United States of America, the state of Colorado, and the charter and the ordinances of the City of Aurora, to the best of my judgment and ability, so help me God. So the issue that we have, or the conflict that we have, is the issue between our oath to support the charter and our oath to administer affairs to the best of our ability. I'm not going to impugn either side voting for or against either candidate. I just wanted to point out that we're in a paradox, we're in a dilemma, and simply repeating the vote multiple times I don't think is going to resolve this.
Motion is in order. A motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
so until we have a different motion on the floor, I don't see what the next step would be as far as resolving this apparent paradox. I don't think it's really a paradox. Any of us could choose to change our mind at any time. So that's not really, doesn't quite meet the qualification for a paradox. It's just a conflict that we don't seem to be willing to resolve. But this is the only motion being made. I'll repeat, as I said before. So we've got folks willing to put forth a positive motion, and we're not hearing any other motions come forward for some time.
I'm sorry, who seconded it? It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember McConnell. Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I do actually have a question for the city attorney. Councilmember Gruber brings up an interesting point. How does the other motion to push this, basically table it until the election, intersect with our oath to, fulfill the charter? We're basically at that point just saying the charter doesn't matter, and I take tremendous issue with that.
Mayor, I disagree with that. I think that's not what I said.
Councilmember Gruber.
The point is that our oath requires us to administer affairs to the best of our ability. That is the conflict, is that each side feels that they're working to the best of their ability. Each side is trying to fulfill the goals of the charter or the requirements of the charter to the best of our ability.
Understood. And I was not attributing that specifically to you. I'm just saying, that's what that motion effectively is saying. I get the conflict. So does that impact anything at all to the city attorney?
There's a state statute regarding oaths as well. Again, there's no criminal intent in what you're doing. You're trying to fulfill your role in appointing the right person. There's no criminal intent. There's no ill will on that. That's why, again, those pieces shouldn't be what's driving this as a problem on the especially the criminal pieces that are out there right now. Again, there is no criminal intent upon with anyone on council at this point. That's not what's going on. So you're just in your role of trying to meet the standards of your oath and meet the standards of what the charter say.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion? I think the question before us is a Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Further discussion? Seeing none, would clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Burzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Arcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Murillo.
move to approve Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 council vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the Murillo motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order.
Mayor?
Mayor?
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. I just have a question. Is it possible to move to reports and then come back to this just for courtesy to our constituents who may not be able to stay up to watch us continue to vote?
I think a question for the city attorney, since we adopted the agenda, how do we break from that?
And again, you have a motion on the floor. So you can change your agenda at this point through a motion and
okay.
Majority of 6.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connor, you're recognized to make a motion.
Sure. So I move to our section 18A and 18B, and then revisit section 17A afterwards.
Is there a second?
Mayor
Councilmember Rio.
Coombs, I'll second.
Coombs, okay, it's been seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Marcano motion to amend the agenda?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
and Councilmember Burzins.
No.
The motion passes with 5 yeses. I have Gardner, Bergen, Gruber, and Burzins for no.
Mayor has no report. Let's see, Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I would like to just say congratulations to the Aurora NAACP. On Saturday, they celebrated their 30-year anniversary in the city of Aurora. So I would like to thank Dr. Shannon Bannister for all of her dedication and work to the organization and the current president, Mr. Omar Montgomery. For my Pfizer update, Mayor, to the federal update, lawmakers return to work this week after the 4th of July recess, with Senate Democrat leaders determined to move both a bipartisan infrastructure package as well as an even bigger partisan reconciliation bill. Both Senators Hickenlooper and Bennett included the city's request for funding for safe outdoor spaces in their earmark requests. The safe outdoor spaces earmark request needs to be made through the Senate Appropriations Committee to guarantee inclusion. That committee is scheduled to meet next week. Our state update, Governor Polis signed a number of bills into law. The city followed in last week, including House Bill 1162, the management of plastic products, and House Bill 1250, measures to address law enforcement accountability. I don't have anything for CML. RTD Reimagine, our meeting will be this Thursday on the 15th, and I will provide a council an update and a report on that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Gruber.
Thank you, Mayor. My only report is that I stand in support of President Biden and Governor Polis in supporting the protesters in Cuba. We have a very diverse community here in Aurora, and I support those people that are fighting socialism, those people that are standing against a failed form of government, and I hope that they are successful in making substantial changes in the country of Cuba.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I was also able to virtually attend the 30th anniversary of the NAACP, so that was good fun. Good to see everybody on the computer screen still. And that is it. I don't have any other reports, but thank you.
Councilmember Gardner. I'll come back to Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you, Mayor Kaufman. First announcement is that I won't have a town hall this month, but still hoping to be able to start hosting in person starting in August. So that's a bit of a change than previously advertised. So just want to make sure everyone is aware of that change. Congratulations to the NAACP. 30 years is quite the feat when it comes to advocating for equity and access in Aurora. And, I was honored to be able to share space with everyone. It was a big virtual room, I'll say. I think, sometimes it can feel a little impersonal, yes. But just seeing all of the support and everyone's really kind words and just words of inspiration, and knowing that there have been people decades in the making kind of paving the way for future generations to continue the work. I just was really honored to be part of that celebration. And come August, the NAACP of Aurora will be opening an economic development center, which I think is a logical next step when we think about equity and access for our community and community of color. So I'm even more excited to support the initiatives that they have moving forward. And lastly, this Saturday, I was also able to attend the Rebel Marketplace, which is hosted just outside of Ward 1, although it's so close, no one, it's kind of easy to get confused in Del Mar Park. And it's a farmer's market that was created by a father and his sons growing vegetables out of their backyards, and wanting to share that knowledge and journey with the community and building a farmer's market of like-minded folks. So there was a lot of composting, just help yourself type of businesses present there. And it was just really inspiring just to see them in their second or third year, but really relatively new. Just a powerful message that they're sending around sustainability in the community. And that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Bursons.
Thank you. Our Ward 3 meeting this month will be our annual picnic, our 10th picnic. It'll be at Bicentennial Park on Saturday, the 24th from 11 to 2. And everything is provided, food and drink is provided. All you need to do is come. It is limited to Ward 3 residents only, and any special invited guests that I choose. So please come and enjoy the food and your neighbors, and relax and sit and talk if you can. And I want to say a big thank you to the city of Aurora for putting on such a wonderful fireworks show at Bicentennial Park. Everyone loved it. And I think it's just what the community needed. I understand that our roads were packed and our shopping center parking lots were packed. I know my neighborhood was packed. So a big shout out and thank you so much for the city for realizing that we really did need this to come back together. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. Our next Ward 4 meeting is going to be at 6:30 p.m. this Wednesday. We're going to be recapping the International Making Cities Livable Conference and soliciting feedback from those in attendance on how you think we can implement some of what we picked up from the conference in Aurora. I also wanted to give you a heads up that our August meeting is going to be back in person, which I'm very excited about. And we're going to be at the 5-star residences of Dayton Place in their community center. And I'm going to be working on a remote access option for those of you who can't or don't feel comfortable making it in person just yet, and I'll provide more details as we finalize those logistics. I also wanted to let you all know that about the third and final Havana Street Corridor Study public meeting coming up on Thursday, the 15th at 6 p.m. It's going to be a virtual event hosted on Zoom. You can find more information about that project and instructions on how to attend at auroragov.org/Havana. And I hope you're all having a great night.
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor. So no report from boards because all of them are about to meet this week and the following week. We will not have a regular Ward 5 meeting this month, but we are meeting this Wednesday, the 14th at 6:30 with presentations from PAR, Neighborhood Watch, Public Safety Communications, and Fire on public safety issues and summer safety tips for residents of anywhere in the city, and that has been posted to Nextdoor. There's also an event on my Facebook page. You can watch it on Facebook Live through the event or join via WebEx. And then wanted to also congratulate the NAACP on 30 years. I was unfortunately off the grid and unable to join, but it sounds like it was a great celebration. And finally, today, I was able to meet with the mayor and Councilmember Marcano, with representatives from the Salvadoran delegation, as well as members of our staff, to discuss our consulate in the city. And it sounds like there's really strong support for that continued relationship of the city of Aurora and the city of El Salvador. And it was a pleasure to hear from folks and to connect on continuing that partnership. So that's all from me.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to just say that I stand with the people that are fighting, the people of Cuba that are fighting for their freedom and against decades of repression with their communist government. I have a good friend who has family in Cuba, in Santiago, Cuba, and she has lost all communication with them as the government has shut down the internet. So prayers to all of those families. My Ward 6 Town Hall is on Wednesday, the 21st from 6 to 8 at Heritage Eagle Bend. And we will have a presentation from 911 dispatch, as well as police update on crime. And then our district attorney will talk about prosecutions and also consumer fraud. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. This past Saturday, Aurora Firefighters Local 1290 held their annual Big John Ale beer tapping at Dry Dock, and they do that every year as a fundraiser for the Colorado Professional Firefighters Benevolent Fund. And it was a good time, and obviously it was for a good cause. And Big John was out there. So for those of you who haven't seen, it's a 1955 Seagrave fire engine. That I was told was the last fire engine that we acquired as when we were still a volunteer fire department. So some neat history there. And then also just wanted to recognize the Aurora NAACP. I've been a member for several years now, and was able to attend last Saturday's event, and just want to recognize the good work of Dr. Barbara Shannon Bannister for decades and decades in Aurora, as well as the president of the branch, Omar Montgomery, for all the work him and his leadership team have done. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Let me just conclude with just reiterating that it was an extraordinary event, the 30th anniversary of the Aurora chapter of the NAACP, founded by Dr. Barbara Shannon Bannister, who was featured in the program, as well as, I think, the extraordinary leadership of of Omar Montgomery, I think, who has helped this city navigate through some very difficult times. I think both of them have. And so I really appreciate their leadership. With that, public invited to be heard. Is there anyone for public invited to be heard?
Mayor, we do not have anybody on the line.
Very well. We are then back to 17A, and a motion is in order.
Excuse me, Mayor, when are we going to take a break?
I believe Councilmember Burzins would like to take a break without objection. The time is now 10:14. We will take a break until 10:20 unless there are objections. Seeing none, then the City Council stands in recess until 10:20. The time is now 10:21. The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for July 12th is back in session. A motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Marcano,
Sorry, that was double muted. Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order.
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Hiltz motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
I saw the hesitation. Motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Hiltz motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Did Marcano second the motion?
I did.
Yes, did.
Yes, okay. Just making sure. Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by
An enthusiastic Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Combs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
The motion is in order.
Mayor?
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by
Yeah.
Councilmember Moreno to appoint Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor, can I?
Councilmember Lawson.
I just have a question for my colleagues who were voting for Dr. Ryan Ross. What is, we're not coming to any type of solution. So it seems like we're kind of doing this to kind of grandstand a little bit. I support Dr. Ryan Ross, but what is the solution? You asked the other side, but what's the solution that we could come up with? I mean, what's your thoughts? We just keep doing this? I mean, is there any out of the box solution that we're not thinking of besides the 2 that's already been proposed, which is to delay this into the 29th or to move to another election, to move to the November election? I know we're talking about violating the charter, but we're not, no one's going to budge, not one person. So I'm just asking my colleagues who are voting for Dr. Ryan Ross, what is something else that you're thinking?
So, Mayor.
Just for discussion. I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot. I'm just asking. To me, it's a fair question.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. No, I share your frustration, Councilmember Lawson. I don't want to set a couple of precedents here. Number one is, as long as we have the vacancy provision in our charter to allow it to be used to basically shift the political ideology of council. Number two is to basically say that violating the charter sometimes is okay if there's a deadlock. I think we all agree that as written, it could be written better, I think, and I think we'll have a majority of folks who want to support a ballot question to address that issue in the coming election, not this year, but hopefully next year. I think that the next meeting, we're still not technically in violation of the charter. Is that correct, City Attorney?
That's correct. Not until July 29th.
Okay. So at this point, we could delay. Nothing's going to change. We're just going to be right back here on the 29th at that point, I think. But I get your frustration.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So, again, in the past, there have been kind of 2 routes taken with appointing vacancies, and those have been to appoint someone to fill just enough of a term that they aren't subject to term limits, or to appoint someone who wasn't going to run again. And so in this case, we really only, because we're right up against the election, we really only have one of those criteria in place, and that's to appoint someone who isn't going to run in the upcoming election. So I think we can look at anybody who meets that criteria would be something I'd be willing to look at to get outside the box. But I'm not willing to appoint anyone who is running in the November election, because I believe that is us putting our thumb on the scale and giving someone an incumbency advantage that they haven't earned. And I just don't believe in doing that.
Further discussion. I think, is it the Coombs amendment, Coombs motion on the floor? Whose motion is it on the floor? There is a motion on the floor.
We do not have a motion on the floor.
Oh, we do not? Okay. A motion is in order.
I thought we did have a motion on the floor.
Oh, we did too, but let's do another motion.
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second.
I'm sorry, seconded by Councilmember Mario to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? And we can certainly continue the discussion we had prior.
Mayor.
Councilmember Mario.
Yeah, it's been mentioned a couple times, I guess other instances where we've had to appoint somebody, and people reference the late Mayor Hogan situation and him passing and having to appoint, and I was part of that vote, and recall kind of my thought process. You know, I had shared earlier around ways that we might achieve and define representing the will of the voters earlier. You know, as further context and you know, to part of my decision making this time around, I wanted to also offer other ways in which I think about this process that that are exemplified by that last appointment process with the late Mayor Hogan. You know, we ended up appointing then at-large council member Bob Laguerre to the mayorship. And again, I think it's very clear, it was very clear that we did not have the same political affiliation nor the same political ideology. And I still voted for Mayor Laguerre because I felt that it was in the best interest of our community. I felt that we needed the experience that he represented. And again, it was against my own political party. And so, you know, just reiterating that there are, you know, ways in which we try to do best by our city. And I believe we're here again at another decision point where we're having to make the best decision for our community. And I don't understand why we're entertaining an idea, an option for this vote that would give an unfair advantage to one of the candidates in the November election. To me, that seems wrong. I don't think that's right for the city. Regardless of political affiliation, I happen to be very clear on mine, and I have no problem sharing that. I don't think that should be a knock against why I do or do not support candidates. I'm just very clear and open and transparent about where I'm coming from and my values. And certainly political affiliation doesn't always equal those values. But in that case, with the Mayor Laguerre vote, I felt like my values aligned with that particular experience at that time, and that was best for what the city needed. And I feel strongly and similarly about this time around in supporting Dr. Ryan Ross. And there happens to be a similarity that they aren't running for election and that there is no unfair advantage in this upcoming process.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
I mean, I appointed, you know, I appointed Bob, you know, Mayor Laguerre because he was the best person at the time with the best experience. But we also voted for former council member Johnny Watson, and he still had to fight in the election. I don't really think that, you know, in the election for the at-large race, he still had to fight in that race. So I guess to me, I'm not understanding from this side, you know, the fair advantage. Name recognition, it's doesn't always mean that you're going to win. I mean, he still had to fight. We appointed him as well. So I'm just struggling with that part of it. I'm not looking at this from I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, whatever. You know, I think it's just best, what's the best interest of the city, and how are those individuals who are going to serve on this board with us, on this council, is going to strive to make our city and our residents, and what's going to happen in those issues. So for me, you know, everybody's putting me with the left and all this stuff. I'm just trying to look at it from a perspective of what's the best interest of the city. I'm supporting Dr. Ryan Ross, but I'm also looking at this from a point of view that we're not getting anywhere. And I understand, and that is my frustration. We're not getting anywhere. So the best thing is to let the voters of Ward 2 make this decision, since we can't do it. We obviously can't do it. We're not going to change our minds. So I guess I'm just trying to, you know, and I know we're in violation of the charter, and I do believe in the charter, but we're not getting anywhere at all. So that's just kind of my concern. And I was just trying to see if there was something that is outside of the box of the things that we've mentioned that would propel or to make something different than what we've been going through right now. Because I don't know if this is the best interest of the city, what we're doing right now. And again, I do support Dr. Ryan Ross, but I don't know if this is if we're doing the right thing here.
Mayor.
And just keep going on and on and on and on, and we're not gonna resolve it. We're basically stuck. We're gonna be doing this. No one's gonna change their minds.
Who won it? Is it Councilmember Moreno?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, my comments were not necessarily in response to your question, Councilmember Lawson, though, you know, you have every right to make a decision with how you feel is best. I just feel like I've offered the same rationale, and I've tried my best to feel that I'm voting my values and sharing with everyone the ways in which I'm making decisions. And I just, in good conscience, can't, for me, move away from that. And I just feel very strongly about the reasons that I stated. Yeah, and I also supported earlier the proposed ordinance to as a remedy to bring this to the voters. So, you know, that would be a future scenario to alleviate us from this stalemate potentially, in lieu of, well, hopefully, in addition, now moving forward to a vote of the people. So, yeah, just reiterating different.
Councilmember Lawson.
And Councilmember Rio, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to you. I'm just telling you my values. So we're different. You know, how I look at things and how you look at things, I don't expect for you to be aligned. You know, we do things differently, think things differently. So no disrespect to you with my comments. I'm just trying to see what the resolution would be. And I'm just wondering, is the best case scenario in this case, and I hate violating the charter, is the best case scenario right now is to let this go to the voters and let them decide who they want their Ward 2 council member to be.
Question for the city attorney. Dan?
That was a statement.
Okay, Dan, if we were to lay this over until the 29th, then we would not at that time be in violation. Am I correct?
Right. I think your last meeting is the 23rd.
23rd.
26.
26. Okay.
26, sorry, the 26th.
So we would not be in violation at that time.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Lawson, is it your desire then to lay it over till the 26th?
It is my desire, Mayor, I'm going to propose a motion to delay this to the 26th. I think it's going to be the same result, but I think that at that time, people are just going to have to make a decision. That's my motion. I don't know, should I say it more properly? I don't know.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, second by Councilmember Gruber, to lay item number 17A over until the 26th of July, the regular meeting of the 26th of July. Discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I heard Councilmember Lawson say possibly the voters should decide. So which are we doing? We're delaying it or we're letting the voters
I believe that Councilmember Lawson can correct me, but her motion is to lay it over until the 26th.
But she said twice, let the voters decide.
Councilmember Lawson.
A possible solution. I just want to get clarification. Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm willing to delay this over until the 26th. Again, my commentary is going to be the same result, but I think at that point, we have to make a final decision.
Okay.
But my colleagues can,
sure,
refute me on this or whatever they want to say.
Okay, very well. Further discussion on the Lawson motion to lay item number 17 over until the regular meeting of the 26th of July.
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Just off chance here, but do any of our at-large council members live in Ward 2?
No.
No? Okay, never mind.
Further discussion.
Right on the board.
Know that.
Well, what, Councilmember Marcano, what's your point?
Well, I was going to say, since we appear to be deadlocked, if one of our at-large council members lived in Ward 2, we could move to nominate them and then not violate the charter, because that would open up another vacancy that we'd have to fill. But I think we're close enough to the election that one, if I'm not mistaken, the way it's currently written, would just carry it on to the next election. But yeah.
Okay, I think we're out there right now.
Hey, trying to think creatively here.
Okay.
Oh, I have one.
Mayor Pro Tem.
We could appoint the mayor to be the Ward 2 council member.
I tell you what, I was there this weekend. I was there this weekend, driving with a constituent down on Gun Club Road. She was pointing to me all the complaints that she had, and they were certainly legitimate. Is a further discussion on the Lawson motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Lawson motion to lay item number 17A over until the regular meeting of the 26th of July?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes, and this is the same motion that we did on the third vote, and we're now on the 37th.
I'm glad somebody's keeping track.
Yes. I voted yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
No.
The motion passes with 7 votes.
Seeing no further business before the city council, meeting is adjourned.
这一次我可以交给你，却还有